This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon, where we're sitting here with our two lionesses. I think we got them also this morning. They didn't move too far away and they're still around. And then this is how I think they're going to be hanging around there for. Then jump aboard to your very own live safari through the African bush. Afternoon, greeting everybody this afternoon. We again have privilege to able to relocate again our two lionesses, where we spent a lot of time this morning with them, and they didn't actually show that they're going to move too much. And as you can see, it's actually tall grasses where it's pretty much providing a lot of a warmth. And my name's Andrew this afternoon, and I am Morgan on camera. So we came to the spot. We thought that it's going to be a good idea to start the drive, checking around what happened to the lioness. Indeed, we found out they're here. So warmer, not much of a cloud. The temperature of today is sitting on the 23 degrees Celsius, 73 Fahrenheit. So we're coming to you live from this area, everybody. More than welcome to talk to us. Use hashtag Wild Earth on Twitter, as well as at FC YouTube channel. But if you're also under the age of 18, you can still pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Or go register on the Wild Earth website. Head over to the live safari page, and then you can submit your question there. We'll be answering them for you live. So I started to come this way, and then just to check, of course, if we'll be coming right with finding all the animals. You know, in Prideland, Mike, he will be doing some walk, and Obi in Ngala, in Tswalu, you will be looking for the buffaloes, and Trishal for the leopard. And let's quick have a look at the weather on all of our different locations.
Welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. A very good afternoon. Also here at Tswalu Kalahari. There is, though, a bit of cloud cover coming slightly over us. It's not as sunny as what my colleague was just describing now, but a very African, typical African scene that we have in front of us here. Some gemsbok, some ostrich in the background there, going around. My name is Obakeng, and behind the camera there we've got Gerrit doing a very wonderful job for us. But this afternoon just welcomed us with some beauty. Look at that. Finding different species coming together like that is always nice to see. Look at that. Some ostrich there, some gemsbok there. In the far distance, I don't know if we can get it with the camera, but I'll move slightly forward just now. We also have some springbok also in the vicinity. So you'll see some of these animals would be slightly heading, the way they're heading towards water. There is water nearby or just behind us. So it's almost the hottest time of the winter a day. So it makes sense that they're heading towards water around this time. Very, very, very beautiful. Just going to try and roll forward a little bit and show you the springboks that I was talking about, but also very interesting what they have started doing. They've actually started going down. I'll tell you more about it just now. Let me just try and move. There we go. So if you look there, we've got some springbok sitting and some wildebeest in the background. Obviously, because of a chill afternoon where there's a bit of wind coming through, they sit like that. And that's obviously how they maintain body temperature. I mean, look at the coloration with the springbok, that dark part being the closest to the ground, and obviously helping to absorb that heat that's bouncing off the ground, or that's radiating off the ground, and that's why they would do that. But also look at the positioning where they're facing where the wind is actually blowing, just so that they are streamlining their body along with the wind. So a very smart way of combating what nature is giving them. Very, very interesting. And the one that we're looking at now, you can see is busy with its jaws there, just chewing and chewing and chewing. And that's just regurgitating what they've been feeding on during the day. And now that they are resting, they can start re-chewing on that. Very, very beautiful. So we're going to be moving slightly to the southwest in hopes of finding other game. My interest being buffalo this afternoon, so we'll send you over to another very beautiful location in Africa.
Hello everyone and good afternoon. It's so wonderful to have you all on board. My name is Trishala, as you know, and I've got Theo on camera, but I've also got another special guest with me. It's our wonderful Ticket to Dream holder, Elmarie.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Klein on board it for me for my birthday, and I've been watching Safari Live for over 10 years. So now to see everything in person, I'm very excited about it. I cannot wait to see what we're going to see this afternoon.
And what would you like me specifically to focus on for you?
I don't want to be difficult, but I would love to see a leopard. Any of our leopards, just to see them in person. And that's one thing that's very special for me, is to follow their lives, what they do, know each one. And I'm actually wondering if I'll be able to recognize them. I recognize them on screen, but I'm not in person. So we'll see about that. But
well, I'll try my hardest. So we're actually going to head towards Chitwa and hope that maybe Maribs and even Tandi will be around. That would be awesome. And then any other leopards that come our way.
Any other leopards will be fine too.
That would be really, really cool. So we're going to head, we're already in the south. We're going to check out Twin Dams. We might spend some time there, and then we're going to head off to Chitwa. Let's go. I'm very excited to have Elmarie on board. It's very nice to have a guest on board with us, especially one that's followed the show for such a long time. Because as Elmarie said, especially being able to recognize them in person, that's a really special thing. So off we go to Twin Dams, and I'll catch you there.
look at the Springboks now that we've got them from a side profile, and there's two of them, right there, actually three. One looks like a bit of a youngster. The horns there not as well developed, but look at the chewing. I mean, almost in sync. All of them, all three of them. And that's what most antelopes would actually do when resting after foraging or after grazing at a time. They'll be collecting all that they've been grazing into one chamber, and when they sit still like that, they'll start regurgitating it, and you can almost see it come as they come back or regurgitate it, and they start chewing again and just refining all that material so that it can go into another chamber, so that it's broken further and absorbed as nutrition. And that comes very, very handy, especially now that it's a little bit cold. It will come handy to try and keep those body temperatures stable. Again, that's why they're sitting like that, just maximizing everything. Use the least energy for the most reward. That's the principle of nature. Very, very simple. If we can apply a few principles of what nature gives, a lot would be achieved in life. But obviously, that's in an ideal world, not how it happens. So I was just giving a point of reference in principles of survival and making it in life. Amazing. Very, very beautiful. You can actually hear the wind picking up on the mic. Beautiful.
So, our two cats, they don't look like they're gonna go anywhere since they spent a lot of time into this grassland here. And then if they do move, it's probably this is when the sun go down. They're probably gonna need to drink first before they move, catch up with the other bride. Anton, are you asking that whether I know whether the bride they're around, or there was a report that they crossed into Manyeleti and the guys saw the tracks cross over to Manyeleti, but the western border of Manyeleti and the Sabisense there, that's where they cross, I think. And we're just not too sure how far they have moved into Manyeleti, maybe not far away, so that we can find out more. In that case, lions had a various different communication sound, where they would probably just hook up again. That is by roaring. Also, females can roar as well, but slightly different to a male, which then the male, he would double that audio frequency. So, Weasley, you're asking why they are apart from the bride. That often happens, the bride separate. Either they've been trying to surround the game due to the hunting, and then once they lost communication with one another, it happens one line is, 2, 3, they will move a different way. But they will then wander around. So they've been on looking for the rest of the bride until they get here this morning. Wherever that situation of a lost take place from. Which I don't think then is far away because we left them or they were seen, Garryman, just south of the Juma camp itself. And sometimes communication in pride. Some days would be so kindly respond to the call, some they wouldn't just mind, they just carry on, move. And that's how the separation sometimes take place from them. But if it was a male, then it's a different story. Because males sometimes they sleep for long and sometimes they let the bride move you far away. And for them, by the time they're trying to keep up with them, and they all just disappear far away. Eventually you would be left, even though you know where they are, but then you'll be not close to them anyway. Carby, you're asking if they do look like they've eaten recently. So this morning we discover a little bit of their tummy. Even the furthest one, we know looks like she's also conceived as well. But it looks like her tummy is much expanded than the whole painting take place. And it's actually much lesser to the closest one. So that they probably eaten something small. Then this morning I trying to assume maybe it would be maybe antelope. Cannot be impala because just for two of them, they're all gonna have equal tummy expanded. So they're probably eaten something small. And also lions can scavenge, just like other cats can do, just like hyena also, but they're not alone in that situation. Lion, leopard can scavenge. I've seen a dog going after the leopard. Good enough, leopard can climb trees and left the whole prey down. If it ever happened, the prey was on the floor. So they all carnivorous species. Mainly they would scavenge from one another or from the weakest cat. also interesting just to look at their ear there twitching, both of them doing that. Almost cats that would twitch their ears as well, just to try to scare the flies away. I'm going to stay put here.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
You can see it's a lazy afternoon. This fine winter's day, enjoying this hippo here at Ndlovu Dam. We're standing on the dam wall itself. Hi everyone, my name's Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Craig, and this is Ecotraining's Pridelands Conservancy. We're going to take it real easy this afternoon. Been away for a couple of days, just enjoying the peace and quiet. And now this hippo is doing much the same. So what it was doing there was a big yawn. Now, it's not necessarily yawning because it's tired, although they are out and about, or this hippo is out and about most of the evening. It might have been doing that sort of almost as an intimidation display. It knows that we're here, and so it's just making sure that we don't come any closer by opening its mouth and showing off its big, powerful jaws and big teeth, just letting us know that this is his spot and we mustn't come closer. And we're not going to, certainly not. I don't fancy taking a swim this afternoon, even though it is pretty warm for a winter's day. It's 23 degrees. What is that in Fahrenheit? Double that plus 30, they say. It must be, about 70, 80, 70, 70, just over 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 75. We saw some elephants in the distance earlier. Hopefully they'll also come down and have a drink. Hannes, it absolutely is perfect for a bushwalk. Glad we're getting to go out today after a couple of days of, let's call them technical difficulties. We'll try and make our way past this hippo, well, around the dam, but to the area past the hippo where we saw some elephants earlier, and maybe if we're very lucky we'll get to encounter them on foot as well. So keep keep tuned in. And this maybe we'll find some other large animals this afternoon. It's not only large animals here, there are also some very small ones. Lots of these little terrapins. Craig was just pointing out that there are really a lot more terrapins now, or it seems to be that there are a lot more terrapins now than there were before this hippo moved in. And I wonder if it's because he provides them with a bit of food, as it walks through the bush, picking up ticks and things that these terrapins can then pluck off. Who knows?
Well, speaking of terrapins, Mike, I've also got a whole lot of terrapins here. We're still at Twin Dams. Haven't made our way to Chitwa just yet, and it's because we saw some nice kudu, and they looked a little bit alert, so we spent some time watching them. But it seems that they're happily in the Mawati now, chomping away on the great vegetation in those areas. Here at the dam, we've got, like I said, lots of terrapins moving around. They look like they're having a great time. There's also some impala all the way across in the background. But nobody's coming down to drink just yet. And terrapins, much like anything, if there's too many of them in one, or too much of something in one spot, can cause the water to not be the greatest. That's because they can house all sorts of not so pleasant things like salmonella on their shells. And that's why you should be very careful when you're handling terrapins, or what's sometimes just advertised as turtles in pet stores, etc. Because their shells can harbor those kinds of things. And so in areas like this, obviously there's a sort of a range that any animal can tolerate, and so far this doesn't seem to be detrimental to any animal. But I see a lot of terrapins here. If I had to count them, I'd say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 12. At least 12 like in the strip that's closest to us, in the southern part of the dam. I wonder if it would be really nice actually to see if when elephants come down, if they'd prefer to drink from this side of the dam or from that side of the dam, depending on the water quality. And as obviously we get drier and drier and drier, the concentration of all things in the dam, whether it's cyanobacteria or salmonella, the concentration increases and increases. And then I suppose the whole taste of the water is not so great. And maybe that's also why we've been seeing so many elephants just digging in the Mawati and preferring that than coming to Treehouse Dam or Twin Dams as much. I've still seen them at Vuyatela Dam and Galago Pan and Chitwa. But those are water bodies that are much larger. And then Galago Pan obviously is pumped, so that's nice, cleaner water. But it's very quiet, can you tell? Apart from my voice. Hi, Nancy. Thank you so much for your question. You'd like to know if terrapins are omnivores? Yep, they are. So they'll take a bit of this, a bit of that, and they'll even scavenge. As you would have seen, actually, with the impala carcass there at Vuyatela Dam. Now, of the tortoises, it's only the speakshinge tortoise that is omnivorous, while the leopard tortoise prefers a herbivorous diet. But still, a terrapin doesn't go along the banks hunting frogs and fish and things like that. It just picks up little invertebrates as it moves along, as well as vegetation that's in the dam. So I wouldn't call them active hunters. with the sun beating down on me, the idea that terrapins have seemed like a good one. I'm sure the water in the dam is very cold, though. Have you ever touched dam water? It's very, very cold. I feel it's even colder than, like, the ocean water. Anyway, let us wrap up here and then go over to Chitwa and see what's happening at that dam. I'm sure there'll be a lot more. We'll have hippos and crocodiles and all those things. Hi, Jessica. You'd like to know how big do terrapins grow and for how long do they live? They're not as long-lived as tortoises. You'd also like to know how big they'd get. I would say a terrapin would not yet fit in my steering wheel. A lot of the time we measure things by the things we have around us. I'd say one of the biggest ones I've seen out here has probably got a shell. If we took a ruler and put it across the shell, about 20 centimeters, 25 centimeters in diameter. But they start off as tiny little things. So off we go now to Chitwa Dam to discover what's over on that side. We're going to send you over to Andrew. He's still with these sleepy lions.
Oops, there was a rollover. One of the lionesses on the far end. So that was a rollover there with that lionesses on the far end. And they've been sleeping for so long, they need to flip over sometimes. Give the chance the other side, the ribs might have to really rest a little bit. So, Gavin, you're asking if these two would hunt or they would wait for the pride. No, they would hunt. So they would hunt 100%. Two of them is a chance they may do even better. Kill even size of zebra, wildebeest, this type, kudus, waterbuck. So there's a chance they may do better without pride. They are the females. Female push very well in hunting, so they do good. Just not really worried too much that you're around. It's so that because they keep seeing cars every now and then, get used to a car. So, Colleen, you're commenting saying that they look so comfortable, except for the fly bothering them. I agree. If you look at all the ears twitching, and this fly, they're even all over their body. I can promise you these flies are too bad. If they were to penetrate buffalo skin or rhino skin, why not a lion skin? So they're very strong. So, but good thing is that this fly, they're only active during the daylight. At night, these lions will be free and they will be happy, not having too much worry about getting flies or get bitten by any of these parasites. So I'm gonna leave them for now. I know they're here, but we're probably gonna come back to them to see how they're gonna be moving around while we're here. And then now we're gonna look for something else.
So we're still here with the hippo, still just relaxing at the waterhole. It's, if anything, the day is getting even better. The wind has died down. Birds are flying about. Just something just lovely about sitting at a waterhole with this hippo. And the hippo's getting more relaxed and used to our presence. It's actually sleeping now. I can't really tell, but I think its eyes are... No, eyes are open. There's not too much shade for this hippo at the water. Not that it needs the shade right now with the winter sun not being too strong, but normally in the very hot parts of the days it might have moved to the shade, especially in shallow water holes like this where the water can heat up quite a lot. A cool breeze will go a long way to keeping this hippo's large body at just the right temperature. You heard an elephant crack a branch a bit earlier, so after this we'll head towards that elephant and see what we can find.
Seconds, 60.
Grey goer bird just squawking away in the background.
Copy that. Going live. We have made it here to Chitwa Dam, and while we have a look at the beautiful hippos, I'd just like to say I'm so sorry for the technical issues we've been experiencing, but we're back in action now, and we have a lovely view of these hippos and even a little one there on that island. It's so nice to see the underside of them. It's really bright pink, and we really do get to see it. Now I'm going to look through my binoculars to have a look at how cute this little one is there. Some proper cuteness. Unfortunately, it looks like Mum there has a bit of luck from a bird that's flown over her head, obviously. I hope she had her eye closed when that came cascading from the sky. It's actually interesting to see that I'm not sure if it's deliberate what she's doing there, but she's creating some shade, and that baby is in the shade. But like I said, I'm not sure if it's something that she's deliberately doing. Perhaps it's not something she's deliberately doing, but something the baby is deliberately doing, stepping into that shade. Hi, Fran. You'd like to know if hippo pods and elephant herds are similar in the structure? No, they're quite different. Quite different indeed. Oh, this little one is too cute. You'll find that an elephant herd is matriarchal. So there is it's led by a female, and her offspring, her sisters, even her grandkids are all in this herd, and the only males that are in the herd are male offspring, male calves. But with a hippo pod, there's a male that's in charge. We call him the beach master. Very lovely name. Oh, look at that. I'm fierce. So the beach master is in charge of the pod in a harem sense. So a harem means that it's one male who has collected a number of females, mates with all those females, and then their offspring is part of that pod. So it's really very, very different social structures for both of those animals, despite the fact that you may think, well, they're both very large, so they should be similar. But if nature has taught us anything, we can't make assumptions like that, can we? We've just got to pay attention and watch what they do, because each animal has their own unique way of structuring themselves that works for that species. Sometimes it is similar to another, but not always. It's nice to see the hippos out and about at this time of day. That little one was really the cutest, opening up its little mouth and kind of giving a display. Opening up its mouth and showing us what it's made of. You go, little one. Ooh. Okay, we're going to pop up into the dam wall and hope that Marips is on the other side. We're going to send you over to Andrew. He's found something very big.
So we got a young elephant or baby elephant now running to the bush, and then it just vanished. Try it closer. got to be more of them along the road. Still young to be on their own. Got another one here. So it looks like it's all the breeding herd of elephants in this area. And the minute you see the young one, sign of old females around, then you know it's a breeding herd. So elephants, they spend a lot of time standing feed. And they have a very much less time to rest. And then for them, they don't have to be all together when they feed. They all spread around, give each other a chance, so they may not disturb one another. More of them, I think they will come to join that one. So Harold, you're asking if elephants do eat a day long. They do. So day and the night, not only a day, but night and the day, they stand and feed. You find the only time when they rest, only for maybe 1 hour, 1 hour and a half sometimes, or not even an hour. They gotta carry on again, feed. And now are 2 of them. So these are 2 younger male. As you can see how greeting one another. It's a way of identifying one another. Playing touch. You can see how dirty they are. They love pouring sand on them. marry on fire. You're asking how many toenails would the elephant have? So there's different. With the hind leg, would have more. Somewhere around 4. Appear on the back legs. 4, and it's just a little one on the side coming out, but just at a little height to even see it. So they now heading probably Gary Dam there. We're gonna try follow them. We're gonna stick with these 2. Hopefully they were gonna go down to drink at the Gari Dam there.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, Wild Earth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of Wild Earth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching Wild Earth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
There are lots and lots of herbivores all over Chitwa Dam this afternoon. Over on the banks, I see a whole lot of antelope, but here on this side, there's a lovely ellie bull. Now, this one looks like, you know, we've been seeing those 3 bulls that are hanging around here, and there's one really large one, and there's 2 slightly smaller ones. This looks like the smallest one that's in the group. I'm talking about size-wise. And it's interesting that the last time we saw them, this one was catching a bit of scolding from the older 2 and larger 2. It almost looked like he was trying to become part of their group and they weren't quite accepting him yet. And we know that bachelor herds of elephants of about 3, maybe even more than that sometimes. Out here you don't really see more than that, maybe up to 5 hanging out together, there has to be some sort of introduction for an elephant to join that group. And we saw it a couple days back. I think it was yesterday morning, actually, when we had the group of 3, and how they gave him a bit of trouble. You can't just accept them into the group, you know. You have to give them a bit of trouble, trumpet at him, push him aside, play fight with him. But it's all part of the process. It's all part of the initiation to be part of a bachelor herd. Because they learn from each other. And essentially it's building a relationship between those males. And there's no better way, I suppose, to test somebody than to give them a bit of trouble. In the animal kingdom, everyone, we should always be kind to each other. He's feeding right outside the lodge. He's eating a nice, soft and juicy vegetation along the edges here. But it seems that Andrew's elephants have made it to the dam, so you might see them have a bit of a drink.
Indeed, I've got 2 young bulls already drinking. Already. It's blowing the water. It's all about getting it all dirty away. Suck only the fresh water. We're probably going to walk towards the vehicle here. So also on that, the question about their toes, I was actually mistaken the Indian elephant. So everybody is saying it is a beautiful scene. It is indeed a beautiful scene of watching these 2 young ones drinking. So I was getting back into the toenail they have. There was a mistaking the Indian elephant. This one truly have a 5 on their 4 legs, 4 on their back legs. That's correct that. There's more of them on my left-hand side where we cannot actually take everybody into. And there's only 1 cow that's already came into that Oh yeah, there's more arriving there. Lisa, you're asking if is that true that elephants are afraid of mice, or it's just maybe a joke or things. A lot of people I have a lot of people saying that they are scared of mice, probably are. I seen elephant run away from. We were all of us sitting watching them, and then it was these a plated lizard was just moving quickly through grasses, but they all just frightened and they move. It rain and they all stop. From there they get angry because they were just running away with something that they didn't see what it was. So that could be true, I'm not sure, but they can run away when they're frightened by things that I don't really see. Elephants love water. So let's just have a silent moment with our beautiful elephants here and listen to all the scene. View, you're asking at what age do young elephant start to eat on grass? They sometimes start from age of 4 up to 6 months. And they started to feed on a very soft materials. Some can even start earlier than that. So by the time they're a year old, they already knew how to practice their trunk very well. Some baboons up in the distance. So Lily asking if the elephants would swim this time of the year. They can swim, but less than what you see them swim during a hot summer. But yeah, they can still do. So it looks like most of them already drink, but there is more hasn't. So I'm gonna take another moment here.
We are still driving around Chitwa, hoping to find Mareebs. But I've come across this very beautiful jackalberry. It's a very broken jackalberry too. You can see where there once was the main trunk of it going up. That's broken off. So imagine what it would have been, perhaps like the one at Twin Dams, or maybe even the one at Kalahari Reserve, that really big, beautiful jackalberry. But it's done its best to keep on going despite the fact that its trunk has basically been killed, because it's just the secondary trunk at the back there, or like the secondary break off, that actually has greenery on it. Jackalberries are one of my favorite trees. I would say second favorite after torchwood. And given that we have we've seen so many jackals these last couple days, once the fruits start coming out, we should, I hope, actually see jackals underneath the trees, giving the fruits a nice run for their money, because when jackals do go beneath the trees and eat the fruits, they really go crazy. That's why this tree is called a jackalberry. And they can grow very, very, very tall. I'm hoping to find the side-striped jackal. That's my friend this evening again. But we also have those two black-backed jackals that are hanging around on quarantine. That'd also be nice to see, and also to show Marie. But for now, no jackals under our jackalberry. So we're going to keep on going. And I think probably towards the Mulwanini and up to the eastern portions of Chitwa, to see if we'll be able to pick up on any tracks even. Maybe even Kuchava that we got lucky with the other day. Maybe she'll come through as well, especially now that the air is starting to get a little bit cooler. Hopefully that'll mean some movement for our predators.
So it's one of the female that she hasn't actually made her way down to drink. What I've seen was quite a few of them in a thicket behind a bush, where they haven't come down to drink. This is the other big females amongst this member here that I've seen so far right now. Always an ideal. Tumble the grasses. Mustn't feed with the old soil. So Ian, you're asking if do all the cows help raising their young one? They do. So they cooperate in terms of the, taking care of one another. It's the same, applies the same when maybe one female don't make it on their life and they leave behind young one behind, and the old member, they're going to take care of that young one, raise it up, treat the young one as their own, and that's how it works with the elephant, but also with the lions as well in a pride. It's the same thing. As long as there's a one lactating, and then we're able to allow the other babies to feed or drink. Grace, you're asking if do rhino and elephant have a similar skin, similar color, but different strength, where the elephant's much thicker compared to the rhino, but it's similar in color though. I'm not sure what the plan of that female, because the way to get into the dam, other way she's going, or behind us. The lead by the matriarch, yeah, it has to be. And she's an experienced animal within the group. Control the whole member here. Lead them to where she knows it's best for everybody. I didn't get that question there about their tusk. Oh, can elephants feel pain on their tusk? Sorry. Any age 10? You're asking if do elephants feel pain on their tusk. So if it's broke off, yes, they do, because then it's a solid bone. And they would definitely feel pain. It sort of has some veins running through in the middle. But once it's broken, usually they don't really grow back, especially when they break off when they're older. And yeah, it doesn't really grow back. So they do feel pain, yes. And also it would be less pain if it's broke off right in the end of the sharpened needle there. Then maybe it's less, but then if it broke in the middle, then yes. Or where it connect to the flesh, of course, that's going to be very serious pain that the animal will feel. it's all something to do with the nerves. Running all of it, supporting the whole length of this tusker to be able to grow up very long. So I'm not sure if they're gonna drink, but I'm gonna go and turn around for one more time to see what their plan is.
This is Jake Whitener, all the way from the US, and he is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I decided to support and buy the Ticket to Dream to help Wild Earth in its mission of conservancy towards animals and the environment.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
And I would highly recommend that people would be involved in that program.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Ever since I was able to get the Ticket to Dream, I've been looking forward to coming on this drive. It is an absolutely fabulous experience and it's great.
For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Yuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
So it doesn't look like these others will drink. Or maybe have a drink somewhere else. Because what we see now, it looks like the bigger one also leading away from here. If this one wanted to drink, she will probably come down, but we'll see while we are. Teddy, you saying that watching elephant is so relaxing indeed. But sorry about that. Now we're going to take everybody to the young hippo, which what it's doing there, it's feeding, it was a carcass floating in this watering hole. And that young hippo is busy trying to, probably feeding on it, I'm not sure. I only heard about this once, but I actually haven't really witnessed it. It's my first time. Paul, you asking that is it eating a net or is it playing a net? It's quite difficult to tell now because these animals, they don't have a very much teeth on which that could allow them to chew or on meat. So they would rather do that, but I'm not sure if this is the way of feeding it on it or it's just playing in it. But anyway, would it be very much smelly because it's been here for plenty of time, this carcass. Or maybe it's eating in it. Beverly, you're saying, well, you never actually seen this before. And I'm also supporting you on that. I only read about that it actually happened in the Kruger many years ago. But I didn't actually think that I can actually see it happen right in front of me. But some guides probably have experience of this before. Yeah, that's definitely eating it, everyone. Hippo doesn't actually have incisors, teeth, like cats have, and they have molars. Playing very hard to get because Sorry, you want to repeat that question again? Frederick, you're asking if the hippo would ever get sick since it's a herbivore. I doubt if it will get sick. It won't get sick, just that, it's kind of a unique diet that we see happening here. So they're not actually ruminant. They don't ruminate. That would be cause a problem by regurgitate. The chunk won't be able to come out, just like a little round balls of card that has to go travel through their mouth again to be rechewed. But yeah, it won't get sick though. And that hippo is also one of the young one among the three, and the two adults are still in the water watching it. Kerry, you're saying this is really fascinating. It is something that, unexpected to watch or to come across it happen. And this carcass has been here for a while now. And they still had a meat in it. As you can see, a whole hoof when that hippo is trying to pick it up, you can still see little legs in it. Probably took so much longer to get rot completely, and it will take long. asking if these people would kill another animal in order to eat it. We know hippo, they're actually well known as a killer, especially human, kill whoever closer to them. And really when they do that, they only do as a self-defense, but not to kill it to feed on that. But probably this is because this carcass, it's actually been there freely for them. And then it's in the water where they can practice going back to water. They don't have to lost a lot of moisture on their body, wandering around in a land looking for carcasses. So I don't think we'll kill another animal to eat. So I'm going to stay here. I'm going to be sending you across to Tswalu. She's at the dam.
There's just elephants all over the place. Here we have them quite close to the dam wall, chomping away on that very, very green vegetation there. I can't tell what it is. Looks like some sort of sedge. But it's a group of boys here, just enjoying themselves. Ooh, could we be in for a bit of a swim? Wouldn't that be lovely? Oh, just listen to these sounds. So beautiful. In fact, the elephants are all around the dam at the moment. On this side, on the eastern end, on the northern end, all over the place. I'm just gonna move because I think that young bull behind us will want to come and join these ones. So I just want to give him some space. Just pop over here. So he can come past if he wants. He's still a long way away, but I don't want to move when he's actually in the area. So I'm just watching him. Yeah, it'll take him a while to come through, but I think he wants to get here. But here we have this actually a nice range of ages here. There's the game drive radio loaded. There's some, quite a young one. There's an older one, but quite short. Can you see the distance between the tusks? It's quite wide, but he looks quite short. Oh, we're gonna get a lot of play. This is great. As they're moving, they're kicking up the smells of the dam, which is quite beautiful as well. Look at their foreheads. You can see it's quite rounded. That's something you can use to determine the sex of an elephant, particularly when they're old. So when they're adolescent and older. When they're young, it's much more difficult to use that to tell the sex of an elephant. Must be so tasty and nice and juicy. Oh, we've got a lot of root in there too. I'm imagining eating spaghetti bolognese. Juicy and stringy. They're all out of the water. Hi Jason, you say all these sounds are amazing. Aren't they just? So I love when we're with elephants near the water to just keep a lower tone and be a little bit softer, because the sounds are just stunning as they walk through the water. Seems like our younger bull has decided to drink further along the dam, closer to the northern end of the dam, but he's slowly walking in this direction. Maybe we'll get lucky. Still quite a while away though. Now this is the time when I'm expecting some Mareeb's movement. And so I keep looking down the other side of the dam wall. Because remember, as leopards move, they're very, very, very quiet. You won't even hear them move through the grass. They can be so, so silent. So I've got to keep turning around all the time to just make sure I don't miss any opportunity of Mareeb's walking and walking into the thicket, and then we won't be able to follow him or track him with our eyes at least. So we're going to actually stick around here in this general area, hope that that elephant gives us a walk by, and also keep an eye on the other side of the dam for our leopard.
So now it's all a young hippo has given up on that carcass. Probably for now. Maybe it is going to go back there again. Just settle down. Probably maybe just giving it a time now before it return, or it'll probably just gonna take it easy forever not to return back to feed.
See, we're back at the dam. We did a bit of a loop. Arrived back just in time. We bumped into these elephants on our way out. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good position for us, so we had to keep moving. They've come calmly down to the water now. Their encounter with us has left them not at all disturbed. They're busy having a nice mud wallow. They've had a drink already, another mud wallowing. The hippo's very relaxed. We're actually sitting down now, right at the water's edge. There's a bit of a log next to us that gives us a slight bit of shelter. Makes animals feel a little bit more comfortable if you're sort of behind stuff watching them, or if they feel like they're behind stuff. Those are some fairly big elephants, not massive. Average-sized 30-year-old bull type size. The one behind's a bit smaller. And they're just forming. What often happens with elephant bulls is they form small groups so they can move around together and socialize. I mean, elephants are social creatures. So these two elephants will like to be together. Except if one of them goes into must, which is that heightened state of aggression that they get when they're looking for mating opportunities. Then it'll be less likely to see them together, more likely to be frustrated with each other, especially if there are females around. Watch that elephant in the mud there. Uses its foot just to stir up a little bit of the mud, push up a little bit of a pile, then uses its trunk to scoop it up and throw it on different parts of its body. It's quite a decent set of tusks, that elephant. Oh, Jerome, elephants could do that. They could keep water in their trunk, not forever, because it's just like if you suck water up into a straw. You kind of have to hold your thumb there or your tongue or something to stop the water from leaking out. Same with an elephant's trunk. They have to use muscles to keep the water up in there by blocking their nasal passage, basically, the back of their throat. And so they wouldn't hold it in there for long, just maybe 1 or 2 steps as they spray it into their mouth by then breathing out through the nose, pushing that water into their mouth. I've never heard of an elephant walking around with a trunk full of water for hours and hours for a sip when it was thirsty. I have heard of something, though, which is quite interesting, Jerome. It has been recorded that elephants sometimes reach into a pouch in their throat, which can fill up with liquid when they're in extreme stress, and then they can actually take some of this liquid out and spray it on themselves to cool down. But it's not a very common thing. They really have to be living in a very dry area for that to happen. Well, we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's also at a waterhole. Let's see what he's got.
So we are still at a watering hole. These young hippos wanted to return back there, but because maybe the parents have shifted further in, feel isolated for itself to be in there, but maybe it's going to return back while we're around here. And that carcass has been here a while now. Usually catfish, which many of them in this watering hole, type of this watering hole, maybe isn't much in this watering hole because usually they would feed in that thing. And there will be only skin left. Was that the same elephant? Audio. Hillary, you're asking if do hippo calves suckle in the water. Since they spend a lot of time in the water, it's ideal. But when they're out of the water the whole night, they probably drink out there as well. But that's a thing that never or witness it outside of the water. They always drink when they're inside the water. But because when they're out for many hours at night, they probably also let the young ones settle back there. And they have 2 teats, eh? It's probably trying to return back to the carcass. Not too sure. Now to return back to their parents. Gonna wait for him one more time. Hopefully it does make its way back to that carcass again. It's trying though, but
Across southern and East Africa, the Endangered Wildlife Trust works tirelessly to save species, protect critical habitats, and benefit people. Join the EWT in returning wildlife to the wild. Go to ewt.org.za to find out more and follow our socials to see how you can get involved. Protecting forever, together.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
There we go. First sighting of the baby meerkat. Oh my goodness. Ah, how cute is that? Look, hear no evil, see no evil, do no evil. There they go.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam Ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
So we have just taken a bit of a drive towards the road where I normally find Kuchaba, but I've just seen some dwarf mongoose moving around here. I can hear them. Off they go. There's quite a few small ones. But they're on that side. There's more in this bunch of... Ooh, and on that side. They're all over the place. We're surrounded. I love when you can hear them close by, but you can't see them. You can just hear them in the grass. It's starting to get quite chilly, so they're going to use this last maybe 15 minutes of warmth and good sunshine to get as much done as possible. So they're going to be scurrying around, digging, moving aside whatever they can to find a little feast before the sun goes down. Yes, hello. There's a hornbill as well, helping them out. We can't really see it at the moment. There it comes. It's a male. You can see the black on the bottom mandible, the bottom beak. Oh, that's so sweet. That was an elephant, everyone. Look at this hornbill and mongoose together. Is it time to play dead, mongoose? Off it goes. Now, you know they have a unique relationship, but sometimes that unique relationship is a little one-sided. If you saw this, instead of one being the eyes and it can take flight and the other one being on the ground with a great nose, sometimes a hornbill can be a bit of a bully and push aside the mongoose and then eat in the exact spot where the mongoose was. But out here it's not called being a bully, it's called being resourceful. Michelle, you'd like to know if mongooses ever attack birds? It usually doesn't happen. That's because the bird has one of the best defenses. It can fly off and doesn't need to put up with any kind of harassment from anything, really. If the mongoose is quick enough, it can, maybe scratch a bird, but that's very unlikely to happen. The bird is bigger, And the birds it's going to be doing that to are going to be hornbills, which are much larger than them, taller than them. And remember, the hornbill, even though it seems like it's just a beak, but that's a big weapon. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of a peck from a hornbill. So it doesn't happen too often. I've never seen it myself. I've never read it recorded anywhere either. But remember that those little mongooses are absolutely fierce. Great, great little creatures. One of those dynamite in small packages creatures. I can still hear them moving around. Scurrying, scurrying. I can see some nyala just over the front there too, also enjoying last bits of sunlight. I can hear cisticolas, but I can't hear any alarm calls, which is what I want, because we've got to find Elmaria leopard. And she didn't ask for much more. She just asked for a leopard. I should be able to deliver. The afternoon is still young. As they move off into the thicket, we'll continue to move too. I want to check out, like I said, that road. It's Chitwa driveway that Kuchava has been using quite a lot. Oh, well, even in the past had been using quite a lot. But the last time I saw her, she also was using that road. So I have a good feeling about it. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Mike in Pridelands as we get moving.
Oh, we don't have to look very far at all. These animals just keep coming down to the water hole. So 2 other elephant bulls now joined. One of the old bull with the bigger tusks ended up moving away east on the other side of the dam wall. And these ones are just having a very good socializing session. They're all about the same size. Just enjoying a bit of, how can I say, tactile communication. Those 2 there are actually having a bit of a play, pushing each other on the side of the dam there, testing each other's strength. It's kind of like play, but also preparing them for later on in life when they start fighting over the females. They're very aware around us of different sounds and smells. So even though I'm talking quite loudly, I'm aware of the wind blowing from them to us. But if it wasn't, at this distance already, they would probably be able to hear me. And they would certainly be able to smell us. They've got an incredibly acute sense of smell. That's probably their most potent scent. Most potent sense.
And we have left now these hippos. So I'm planning to return back to the lines to see if they are still there, the same place. It's a good time now where they may get to move if we still find them there, same place. if they ever move, which they will move, they'll make sure they will probably gonna make sure when they move they keep up with the, maybe trying to find the pride, which they, according to what I heard, they're in Manyeleti. So there's a chance they may roar in order to find their partners. Take listening around here for any audio, because it was an impalas when we were at the dam. Also, they were making noises. Just not too sure if that was all about that. Two lionesses maybe started to get to move, but we're not there yet. We're just gonna listen to any audio. So we're gonna continue go there where we left them to see if they're still there.
I've said this to you before, that it's very calming, relaxing, meditative to just watch them go about their business. They're so slow and deliberate. So careful with what they pick off trees, how they use their trunks. Well, at least the adults are. The little ones, they can fling their trunks around very cutely. Gosh, this must be quite a big herd, because I can hear them all along there. We might catch up with, oh, I can still see them there by Gari Main. We're so lucky here in the Sabi Sands to have elephants that are very comfortable with the vehicles. And so we can get some really awesome sightings of them. Not just us, but it means that they're also relaxed in those sightings. We're not having a great sighting and they're actually feeling nervous. And that's why we can have our good sightings, because they're relaxed and we're relaxed. I found that if you are not feeling relaxed, even if you're not nervous but you're a little bit tense, then you actually don't have the quality of sighting that you would if you are relaxed. How that works, I'm not sure. I just saw a baby elephant bullet across Ngari Main there. Hopefully we'll catch up with it in a little bit. It's not too far from us. We'll give it a moment to find its mother or whatever it is it was running from or to. Look at this, lovely. I love to be caught in the middle of a herd of elephants. It's one of my favorite sightings.
So it looks like our 2 lionesses have moved. They're not around here, but first, just before I check far from here, I'm going to check near around here. Maybe they just change a spot. Oh, Russell, you're asking why don't we see the oxpeckers on the elephants? Elephants, they don't really tolerate anything. Birds. Looks like I got a visual of these lionesses that just changed position. Got them there. So they don't really tolerate other company. And this is also has something to do with, if you would think of how the rhinos would allow the birds such as the oxpeckers land on them, or probably not a chance with the elephants. They have huge ears, they have a trunk, and they won't let the birds sit on them. They still carry parasite, but I'm not entirely sure why they don't really like it. And the oxpecker don't try either, not even a single day, to sit on the elephant. So I'm not sure why. So they came and lie in this termite, below the termite anyway, and it's quite a shadow in there. So from that last place where we left them, now they only have moved about 100 yards west from there. So, and the direction of the whole pride is to the northwest of here. So it makes sense that they're probably still going to head in a good directions looking for the pride. Bill, you're saying they look so nice and full. They are. They look very chill, and they're eaten, just like this one closer to us as well. No head teeth. It's pretty much developed visibly, which she may conceive as well. But also they're eaten. Something small. So we're going to try stay put. I'm going to be sending you across to Trishal with her hungry herbivores.
Very, very hungry herbivores here. These elephants are chomping away, but they're so relaxed. There's two tiny ones as well. I wonder if we'll be able... Oh, this one is scratching itself. Oh no, we're not going to move. I was going to move to maybe see the smaller one a little bit better, but there's others that may come past us, so we're just going to wait it out. You know, with elephants, patience pays off. Instead of forcing yourself upon them, if you're in a nice position, just wait it out. And we might see them give us an awesome show. This one's just figured out that there's something in the road here. Yes, it is us. Hi there. Come along. No, never mind. You don't want to come see us. That's fine. I think you're going to change your mind, though. Hi. Hi. I see you're a little bit edgy. Yes, I see you. Hey. Hi, Obsidian Fire. You'd like to know if elephant calves can get cavities? Any elephant can get cavities, or can get a cavity, and that's a result of an infection in the tooth. Oh, elephant tusks. There we go. Elephant tusks can also get cavities, absolutely, and that's because it is a tooth. So it can most certainly get a cavity, or rather it's a modified tooth. It's a modified incisor. So there is pulp and dentine and enamel. All those things that can cause problems if there is an infection. Hello, you. Yes. But you saw us here, and then you still decided that you want to come here. I think that despite your stiff tail a little bit earlier, you actually want to come and see us and visit us. I told you you'd change your mind. Hey. Hey, hi. That's Theo. Yes. So we often, if they are close like this, we'll continue to speak, just because it lets them know that we're not being a predator. Hey! Sometimes you have to do that too. That we're not behaving like a predator and not being sneaky and try to be quiet. So when you are if you are sneaky and trying to be quiet and whispering around them, then you're behaving in the same way that a predator would if it were hiding in the bush. So we try to keep our voices up and then make sure that when they do try and go at the car like that, you've got to give them a bit of a shout. Otherwise, it can encourage behavior like that when it grows up. And what would also happen if, say, I just turned on the vehicle and raced away, it could encourage them to also chase. Two things we don't want. What we want them to know is that we are not a threat, and they can do that, but don't touch the vehicle. That's what we want them to learn. And that's how you do it.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, Wild Earth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organization. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and beyond Pinde Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
So we are still sitting here, hoping to see these two females stood up. But I think when they do that, they either need some water, or we're between the two water stations here. One up in the north, Tamboti Dam, and another one, Kalago Pen there. So those two, unless if they're going to carry on across to the west from this area, where then they may go drink somewhere else. Matthew, you're asking if I ever seen the lions and a leopard interacting each other. No, I haven't, especially in the wild. These two, they are big enemies. Lions won't tolerate small difference. Cat, not only leopard, but also these caracals, save all. They don't actually interact well together though. Sorry, you want to repeat that question again? So, nature lover, you're asking that am I not scared of the lion since I'm in an open vehicle? No, I'm not at all. So I think it's something to do when you begin coming in this environment, whether trekking, whether guiding, you're exposed to open vehicles quite a lot. And then to begin with, you started to get scared for your first day, maybe. Once you get used to it, then no more. You all feel free. So yeah, I'm not really scared. But also being part of this environment where you always get to see animal. These are considered as dangerous animal, but we track them on foot. And we find them on foot. But they don't really, may not say they tolerate that, but it's all about the skill that the guide trackers have. Once they spot them, what they do with they move out of the scene to get the car close to them. So for them, being tracked on foot, it's part of the situation where always they needed to be found, and they knew that. But if you ever do stranger thing than that, or maybe push yourself into them while you know they're there on foot, then yes, it's going to be a very serious problem. So most animals, also cats, so Doc, you're asking if do lion ever eats vegetation? Well, they not actually do that. When they do that, they can, but it's all about maybe at the end they will throw out. Dog, cat, they'll probably eat grass. When they've been hungry, it has something to do with the acid in their stomach which hurt them. And then for that, they would eat grass. It's the only way they can get rid of their burning acid on their stomach. And they throw out after that. But vegetation won't stay on their tummy. That's the only thing I know about them eating grasses in order to do that. So we're going to stay put, sun's going down. Hopefully they get to move for us. I'm going to be sending you across to Trishol.
Oh, we are very, very lucky. Elle-Marie has gotten her wish.
And I found it.
And she spotted it. Indeed, she did. And it looks like it's Sibui, but we're not sure right now. I remember Elle-Marie said to you that she wanted to figure out whether she is able to recognize the leopards. But I told her this is a tough one. This is a tough one. It's not one we see often. I had a quick glance and I think it's Sibui. I almost expected it to be Tlalamba, because this is where Tlalamba went in to Little Gauri the other day. But Sibui is tall and she has a pink nose, and to me this leopard had it both. I can't see obviously without a monitor. Whoa, I'm just going to show this to you quickly because this is very cool. I don't know if you can manage to see. That is very cool. They're actually just flying past the moon. I can't even... Oh, without the screen, I can't tell what they are. But that is really, really awesome. Anyway, back to our leopardess is on the move there. Let us turn over to the other side. Let's just wait for this vehicle to get past us first and then we'll move along. Love it when the other guides walk and drive past me while live and go, who is it? The other guides. Are you happy, Elle-Marie?
I'm very happy.
Are you happy? You spotted it.
Especially the fact that I spotted it. You saw Theo.
Yes, that is amazing. So unfortunately, as you know, we can't go into Little Gauri, so we're going to... This is Little Gauri. So we can't go into Little Gauri. So we're going to have to just follow her and see what we can do for now. We can just have a look through here, but that's going to be about it. Hopefully she'll pop up somewhere along that area. But for now, I can't tell where she is. I can see a vehicle following her, but that's about it. Oh, that's what they are. So I'm just having a look at the birds I showed. These are marabou storks. This is amazing.
Tswalu, I've been.
Everyone's very excited about the marabou stalks, everyone. One of the guides is just telling me, I know exactly what he was going to say. Tswalu, I have never seen this. This is awesome. Oh my goodness. Well, what's nice for us is that the other vehicle is in Little Gari, so as soon as we see them turning out, we can. There we go. They're turning out. Let's turn and follow them here. See if we can see that leopard again. There she goes. We can get a proper look. I'm just gonna stop here. This is unbelievable. These stalks above us. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is crazy, guys. They're actually getting lower and lower and lower. The stalks, this leopard is in the road. This is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Oh, we're gonna watch her now because she's gonna pop into Little Gari because I know her. And also remember that Tswayu's got brand new cubs, or a brand new cub in Little Gari. Not this far east of Little Gari though. This is amazing. This is a once in a lifetime segment right here with the marabou stalks flying above our heads. The moon is lit like a light bulb, and we have this beautiful leopardess. Now she's going to move over that hill there, and then once she does, we'll try to follow her and see how it goes. But once she goes over the hill, which I thought was going to be any second now. There we go. Oh, stunning, 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 stunning. All right, well, now all the vehicles are in the way, so we're going to do our best to keep up with her and figure out everything with the vehicles, and hopefully we will be able to keep up.
So one lioness is, as you can see, she's no longer facing at us or putting her position of her belly towards us anymore. So she's trying to flip over to the other side. And the other one is still lying in the same position. And it's going to be very much peaceful night with the whole sunset going down. The dark, it's going to take place. It's going to be pitch dark. But the cats love it. Most all nocturnal. Once it's dark, and this is where they'll come out. hopefully the other member, they were able to make sound, or these were able to make sound, contact, call. So when the night takes place, and all the cats, this is when they will be very much active. But we're just gonna see with these two because they lost their pride. Whether they're gonna contact call, whether they're gonna just move, focusing on finding their trail where they have moved through last night. Their sense of smell is great. If they ever come across where the other member have walked through, and they would pick it up by a sense of smell. Jamie, you're asking, will their lion tolerate the other animals around them, except for their own pride? They want, or the male that dominate them, will tolerate male that came into pride to breathe with them. But they won't tolerate such other different species or different family of lions. Other pride. They won't cooperate. So the carnivores, they won't cooperate with all the herbivores because then they were looking at their meat when they look at them. So somebody has to get out before they get killed. I'm not so sure with a lot of elephants because they're so big. A lot of time they get pushed by elephants. If there wasn't that, I'm not sure what it would be then. If the elephant don't push them, whether they would stick close together, not to cause their conflict. But the idea of a leg up, it's all about digest. Currently asking if they are really asleep or half awake. So most lions, well, probably heard us, heard you, Karen. So they sleep unconscious. Then that is actually combined between the two. But again, hearing when they close their eyes is still active, which means any movement may happen around them, they will react quite fast immediately. So they do actually sleep, but unconscious. They can still listen. I'm sure that belly, after she drank water, would be even more bigger than that. So when they move in a group, it's a way of communication on a hunt. The whole members has to rely on one another and they cooperate on a hunt, which that they all chance they surround the game. If it's a chance, they may mainly Tabo, you asking how many liter? Were they asking how many liter they have this time? Or how many cups in a liter? So, should you give birth to anything from 4, possibly 5, 4, 6 has been observed as well. So that's what, when she conceive, then normally 4, 3 would be born. Then it's different to the leopard, because usually leopards will give birth to 2. A lot of time can be 3, but mainly 2. So these, when they give birth to anything like 6, it makes bride to go bigger quickly. Sorry everybody, I'm going to direct someone who may get lost. Session looking for the Ngala. There's a vehicle driving past. I'm on due west of you. And with the Talamati pride, Tammy, you are commenting that you love these hairs on their chin. Hey, look at these. Yes, you're right. So beautiful, all fluffy. So they don't actually have whiskers on their chin, but only the top lip. And all their whiskers, bigger whiskers. So it's still going slightly dark. So I just want to see what they're going to do once it's dark. Probably they're going to move.
We have another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Real. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love Wild Earth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Djuma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of Wild Earth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me, and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching Wild Earth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I love being a cam-up for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
And look at these ears are still twitching every now and then, even though there's buffaloes, flies, they all settle down because it's getting dark. There will be no more longer of these old flies they had earlier on when we find them. and they were able to recognize their other members' scent. If they ever come across places where it's been marked by the other members, and they will pick up there. And started to follow them. And the thing is that they won't know whether the other member, wherever they are now, whether they're on a kill or whether they're not. But that's the same with them back there. They won't know what happened to these two, whether they're eaten, whether they're still around, close by. Desmond, you're asking with the claw, lion claw would grow back if it's ever ripped off. You know, it's connected to the flesh, but it's made out of the character. So if it's actually broke but not affected all the way to the flesh, and then it will probably grow back, but it won't be sharpening as the rest of the others. Probably take a long time being worn off. Their claws and their teeth, it's only weapon. Can I repeat that question for me, Harry?
Is the fur soft?
Oh, the fur is soft. You got that? Harry asking whether their fur is soft. I never actually touched the lion's skin. It's probably some part. We were looking at the ears. It's very tough, the hair covering the whole ears there. Those probably very soft. But the entire skin, I'm not sure. And the tip end of that, I don't actually have a long fur. So we're going to go to the IR light now, the infrared light. So since it's getting bitter, we're losing a lot of light. And the fur on a lion, they're very short, the whole entire body, compared to cheetah and the leopard. You see leopard is very clearly fluffy than these guys are. Daryl, you're asking, with the color of the nostrils indicate the age? It could. When they're younger, the nostrils is kind of like slightly pink. When as they grow older, it turns completely dark. When we're looking at this one, it's actually some of the slightly of a spot there, but the dark, it's taking place already. They don't sound like being disturbed by anything, so they're happy being there. But if it ever something move around, since they have a 100% phenomenal hearing, and they will immediately respond to whatever they can hear. So we're going to stay put. It's getting dark. Probably they're going to show any movement. I'm going to be sending you across to Trishul.
Well, obviously, everybody, we had to leave Sibuya. She crossed into a little gallery. But it was really awesome that we did get to see her and all those marabou storks in the sky. That was amazing. But now, Elmarie and I have put our jackets on because it's gotten substantially cooler. And we're heading up to Buffelshoek area. It's not exactly Buffelshoek, it's just kind of, well, I guess technically into Buffelshoek. To have a look if we can follow up on a leopard in that area. We're not sure who it is or anything like that, but we'll just have to wait and see. Problem is, it looks like he, and it's a male. I know what you're all hoping. I'm hoping it too. But let's just see. He is actually, it's not in, it's right on the boundary here, basically. Buffelshoek cut line. Hi Jamie, you'd like to know, how do you know if animals in the wild are sick? There's sometimes that you won't be able to tell that the animal in the wild is sick, and you will only know once it's died and you've done a necropsy. Because before that, it can look like an animal's just injured, or they're a bit bloated or something like that. But a lot of the time, you won't know at all. Then there's other times where you'll know very obviously that something is wrong. For example, an animal with anthrax and a jaw that gets swollen. It's very obvious. Or an animal with TB, where they have those hygromias, those growths. But there's a lot of time when you don't know at all. Of course, if you're a vet, you might be able to tell a little bit better. But obviously we're not trained vets, at least not yet. So now we have our spotlight out, hoping to find this animal. We're just gonna... It's somewhere around, like I said, Tamboti Dam, which is just north of Mvubu Road. So we're almost there. Hopefully we'll be able to find the animal. So This is... no, still got a little bit more to go. This is, we gotta go to Mvubu and then get into Buffelshoek, but hopefully that animal will actually be out on the cut line. And we just gotta organize ourselves. I just need to listen here.
I think you had something to say.
I think I'm gonna have to take this road here. But let's see. Tamboti Dam's down that area. So it's this road here. Okay. Let's go this way. We might just get a quick glimpse, but that might be it because we can't go far into Buffelshoek, so we're gonna give it a go. I think that it might be Nhlambula just because he's moving north as opposed to south into Djuma. But we're going to keep an eye and ear everything out so that Elmarie can get her full of leopards. That would be awesome. Now we just have to find it. Obviously, if we can't, we'll just turn around and have to find another, won't we? It's getting darker, so it means that we might be able to find them, but it'll be more difficult to follow them. So let's just try our best.
Right, everybody, our two cats still hasn't decided yet whether they're gonna start to get mobile yet. But the good thing is that we're here, so anytime they stood up, we'll be watching it happen. Well, since we're here, it's actually deadly quiet. There's not much of a sound except for the birds. If we can take a listen to this quickly. Mr. Blosen, you're asking whether the rest of the pride are nearby. According to all the information we got from this morning, they not near around here. So there is a Western Manyeleti boundary from here where they've crossed into. And then if I would have to judge the distances, would it be probably another 5 km from here, the boundary itself. And then they'll probably have, I'm not sure how far from there, when once they enter that reserve, how far in they have moved in. So they're not around. Lines. So Jamie, asking, after they kill, how do they get themselves cleaned? So in the pride, they will clean one another. They'll lick the blood on their face. But if it's only alone, also use their paws and they wipe their faces, lick it, get it wet with their saliva and wipe their face and the rest of their ears as well, wherever the blood may be touched. And that's how they get themselves clean, just by licking themselves. Jerome, you're asking what are the best sighting of lion I ever heard? Takes me back in the days where we used to still had a not this pride before they existed around here. So a long time ago was it's pride, which is not exist, used to call Squitana pride. And they were very tremendous pride in terms of hunting, and they would hunt buffalo regularly. And there were not so many in the pride, probably 4 females, and they would do a lot. And then that time I seen how lions hunt buffalo and how they kill buffalo regularly. That was my, if I have to remember or recommend some of these sightings that I ever have, it was a Squitana pride. But they all just died, no longer around. And that pride, they would concentrate on the buffaloes most. One gets seriously injured and didn't die from these horns stabbed on their tummy, survived. One upon a time they were fighting a fight with a bull buffalo in one of the airstrip down in the north, Beverly's airstrip. In the morning fight with the buffaloes, it took almost entire hours, and they finally killed it. Ingo, you're asking if I ever seen one of the big cats swimming. And it was not actually a proper swim. It was a floating of the carcass. That was a twin dam, and a croc was inside. There was actually nice to watch, but then this young male lion forced himself into the water, and they grab, and all the fight between the croc and him. Eventually he came out with a little chunk, but yeah, this is the only time I saw a lion got into water. But I haven't actually seen them swim that far in to the dam. So cats mainly don't really like water. They have to when they can, but when they have to, but they don't really want to be swimming. So we're going to stay put. Hopefully, I'm not sure. If they don't move, then we'll be here.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
There is clearly something in the vicinity around you that's drawn their attention. Yes, that meerkat in the tree is just the coolest of cool meerkats. But watch out, how he battles when he comes down. That would be like me climbing a tree, just better.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What's my favorite animal? Definitely elephants, and in particular an elephant bull, an old elephant bull. I think the sheer size partnered with their experience because they grow so old. I always wonder what they've seen and how they've seen the bush change over those many years. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
We're still sitting here. There is no sign of these cats. There's no sign of them still standing up or yawning at the moment. But once they do that, first they have to yawn, just like other cats do. So yawning is a sign like they gotta stood up and move. So Olva, you're asking why the cats love to sleep on the mound. Usually when they sleep right on top of the mound, it's all a better view. Finally, it's all about getting a better view around them. But once they lost energy of carrying on and on, you're just going to take it easy right on top. Leopard is also capable of that. Lions, they also. So mound over here, it's all a best view for all animals, including the antelope. They will use this mound as an advantage point to look around for safety. So that's start of the hunting, and then finally they just lost energy and then just chill there, finally sleep. And every time they're keeping an eye around them, so Kerry, you commenting that these two, they don't have a care in the world. It seems to be. But lions, they have a very strong a social bond, especially in the pride, where they love one another. They would combine for a warm when it's cold together. Only when they got meat, if it's small meat, then it's not friendly situation like that, then there's a fight to take places. But after the meat is done, friend bond again, it begins. Forget about the past. They wouldn't worry too much about any hassle here where they are right now. There seems to be one of the king of the jungle out here, if we talk about carnivore species. If it was a leopard, Leopard would probably put a head up, just look around for safety, again go down, sleep. Because leopard would be scared of lions because bigger than them. And then out here, they would be scared of elephants, or they'd be scared of rhinos. Even if it's a hippo around here, it's way too bigger for them to hunt. But the rest of the others, from giraffe downwards, they're all huntable by the lions. So as a big cat, like lion, they still have to concerned about the venomous snake. They wouldn't play around with this venomous snake around here. And they know a snake is dangerous. So we're going to stay put. I'm going to be sending you across to Trishala, who she has a beautiful view.
We are looking indeed at a beautiful view. It's the setting sun, or the few bits of light, few photons still left that we can see escaping behind the mountains there. It's really, really beautiful. You can also see a couple lights flickering. Just makes us feel a little like maybe we're not totally in the middle of nowhere. No, there is civilization not too far from us. But we're going to take this opportunity to get Elle-Marie to ask a question. She had actually a very special question to ask me.
Okay,
it's not if I'm getting, it's not if she'd like to marry me.
No, I'm already married. Trishana, I would like to know, what does your family feel like you being on Wild Earth? And do they actually watch you while you're on?
That's actually a really nice question. I don't think anyone's actually ever asked me that, but they feel very strongly both ways. My dad loves it. I am the talk of the town for all of his friends, and he loves to get together his friends and show them all the pictures of me and things like that. And then my mum just doesn't want to hear about the best elephant sighting I had. And she says, no, but why? You're so close. Why don't you have a door? Why don't you have a windshield? And but they both love it. They just obviously she's my mum, so she's a little bit more protective, but my dad just soaks it all up. My brother, he's fairly neutral. I'm just the cool sister, My grandmother, she also watches. So my grandmother's in Durban, but my parents and my brothers lives in Melbourne, in Australia. So time difference and all of that. But my grandmother, she'll watch religiously.
Nice.
And my family will too when they can, but usually not live. My grandmother, though, she watches on TV live.
Oh, good.
Thank you for asking.
One movie star in the family.
Oh, Bollywood star, don't you think? Well, thank thank you for asking, because a lot of the time people see us and don't actually, you don't think about our families and stuff like that. So it's nice to give them a little bit of a holla. Say hi, mom, dad, my brother, and my grandma. Hi, everyone. See, you got a question about you answered live. I hope that'll make my mom happy and be like, at least there's no elephants coming to touch her.
No, that's the dog. We can't see them, Mom. They're right here.
Anyway, we're going to keep on heading west, and hopefully we'll see Tavangumi or any of the other leopards that we might find in the west. So we're going to keep on going. We'll send you back over to Andrew.
Good luck, Trishul. Tavangumi, I think it's a good idea. If you find him, it will be really good. So, there's no, oops. I was about to say there's no movement, but certain movement started. But this is all a flip over, just like it happens before, with a leg up like that. So I'm staying with them for the last time, and otherwise I'm going to go see what else I'm going to find with the spotlight. So, Haley, you're asking whether these two would sleep here the whole night. I'm not sure. But usually the cats are capable of being active at night. So, but if these two, since I think they have a full belly and once they don't really push on finding the rest of the pride, I've seen lions before being in the same area for at least 2 days. I've seen that, but I'm not sure with this one whether they will be around here tomorrow, whether they will be sleeping here. But since they already have showed us that they're not in the first spot where we find them, the beginning, maybe they're going to move. So, white man, you're asking, do I have a favorite pride in coalition? So, the pride, that it's my favorite. I can put the Ngoma pride. I think this is how I saw them trying to survive out of the Mapocho. It's not that I'm picking it's so that I saw the battle there, and then I've seen how they get around to survive until today. So they tend to be, if I have to put the favorite down, I can put them as my favorite. And then the male coalition, at the moment, I can stick with these Avoca because they've been in this area, they haven't given up yet in this pride. So they are the one which has seen so many of males come into an area, breed, and then leave the pride alone, disappeared. And they don't take care of them anymore. So these one, they actually done good. So we're going to leave them, look around for something else we're going to find.
Okay, coming to us. It is very, very chilly now, everybody. We are properly tugged up. I've just taken my blankie out, extended it over my little leggies. And now we are moving towards Zoe's. Maybe take Zoe's. We're going to, take Zoe's down to the junction and see if there's anything that we can find there. Zoe's is a lovely place to have a look for tracks in the evening, because it's so easy to see on the light that's on the, or your headlights on the ground. And because all the roads have been thoroughly used by this time, tracks look good when they're fresh. So that's what we're going to do. We were going to go west and look for perhaps a leopard down that end. But we're struggling a little bit on that side, so we're just going to keep it to the central portion of Djuma for the rest of the evening, so that at least we can bring it to you and broadcast to you all the wonderful things in the bush. So let's try our luck on Zoe's, and maybe a bit of owl luck too. I would love to see an owl. But I know what Elmarie is thinking. Leopard luck, leopard luck, leopard luck. Leopard luck too. We'll stop and have a listen along the way. We just have a few minutes left of drive. So we want to make the best of it. We'll stop, listen, and just enjoy the last few minutes that Elmarie and I have together. And hopefully we'll hear some alarm calls or some sawing to give us a last minute leopard during that time.
Left the pride, since it's not actually a sign of any movement they're gonna do now. So we're gonna check the dam, possibly what's gonna be there, and then anything else we're gonna find with a spotlight. So MIH8, you asking that do I named or we named animals, all animals? Oh, thanks, there's a hole back there. Thanks, Morgan, I was about to go into the hole. So Emma, you're asking if we... So you're asking if do I name all animals in a reserve? Not all animals. So naming animals, this is probably when it comes to cats. So not only myself, but we used to had a meeting as a guide, pick the name of specifically cats. So then each one put the name down. So the name get nominated. So also check what the meaning of whatever the name means. So that's how we do. So if I remember, I never had a privilege to get my thought picked up in terms of naming which leopard I want. So it's all a guides in disguise on how we name them. Usually, it comes to the cats, whoever first saw the young one had a chance to put the name down. But if the name is not interested by anyone, it's probably somebody else. So I'm going to be bumbling down to the dam. I'm going to be sending her across to Trishal, who also she's on a bumble.
I am also on a bumble. I am, like I said, on Zoe's heading south. Weren't able to show you Shlangula, but I'm very glad that we got to show El Marie in Shlangula at least. And so that's 2 leopards for her this evening. So I think she's a happy camper. Very happy. Well, now we are, always hoping for leopard luck, but any of the nocturnal creatures that are out and about would be wonderful. I keep trying for Zoe's Road, but it seems the more and more I try, it's actually less productive. Hi Cecilia, you'd like to know how many leopards are there in the reserve? Whoa, I don't know how many there are in the whole of the Sabi Sands. Because also remember the Sabi Sands is open to the Kruger. So there's leopards that can move in and out. So I'm not sure how many they are in the Sabi Sands, but I can tell you how many you are likely to see on the show. Let's take Rebecca's. Even that changes a lot. But I'll tell you the ones that we do see, and then I'll tell you the ones that there's a possibility of seeing. So ones that we do see include, let's go from the north and then down. Nsele in Shlangula, Tingana, Tavangumi. From the west, Shidulu, Kara, Tortoise-Pan. From the south, Moya, Sibui, Shasha, Langa, East, Kuchava, Tlalamba, Tandi, Marips, Tsemba, Kuchava's son, Mawati, who am I leaving? That's 17 leopards we can potentially see. That is a lot. That's 17 leopards that we are likely to see. Rather, that's a better way to put it. Then there's also leopards in the area that we at some point might see, like in Kanyeni and Watika, who are further east. Leopards that could come from the west, from the south, all the way from Singita, like Tavangumi did. So there are many, many, many leopards that we could see. The Sabi Sands has the highest highest leopard density in South Africa, in Africa. I might be wrong, but I think in Africa as well. So a lot of leopards. We are very, very lucky out here.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, Wild Earth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your nature. Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles, and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we.
Well, we've almost reached the end of the show and almost the end of Rebecca's Road too, so it's particularly cold in the drainages. I always tell you guys this, but now I have a witness that's a viewer that can attest to the fact that it's much colder in the drainages. Especially at Philemon's Dip. See, that's why you guys have to come through and get a ticket to Dream and sit with us and come for the ride, so you can actually feel the things, smell the things, and not just engage your ears and your eyes, but your nose, your tactile senses as well. Taste. I mean, if you really want to, I can get you to taste a buffalo thorn. Hi, White Mane. I'm sure I got your question wrong, White Mane, but you'd like to know if animals get stiff or something similar to that out in the wild, but I'm sure that's not what you asked, but FC will help me again. Oh, deafness. I heard stiffness. I thought, well, many animals do get stiff. Deafness. I can't tell whether it's a common thing because we aren't able to see if animals are deaf around here. So it's not something that we're able to to know until probably the animal has died, and then we get to do a necropsy. Not us, but the state vet. That's the only time you would actually know, or if you observe some behavior that shows you that. So I'm really not sure whether it is a common thing. I would also think that if it's a genetic, if there's a genetic problem that's causing deafness, it would be weeded out very, very quickly. If it's a developmental problem, far less so. But I'm not sure if it's something that we encounter often, because when an animal is blind, or if it's blind in one eye, we can at least see that with the spotlight. But deafness is something that's very difficult to see, and it's also a spectrum. Some people can't hear at all, or some animals can't hear at all, and some can't hear well. So it's a very difficult thing to pinpoint, but an interesting question, White Mane. Anyway, we are going to continue on, and we are going to send you over to Andrew. He is on a bumble for the last few minutes of drive.
Yes, we are still on a bumble, and then still also hoping to come across one of small nocturnal that usually move out around at night. Well, the spotlight would do better at night. Finding all these eyes by reflecting back to us, and we know there is something there. Asking if I have any favorite nocturnal. So my favorite nocturnal it's a leopard. But maybe it's because they are very much solitary animals that don't actually occur in a group. They're always alone, unless if the mother take care of the young one, or a male and a female carrying on with the businesses. So yeah, it tends to be the leopard. So, Benji, age 9, you're asking where do the monks sleep at night? So they are monkeys. So monkeys, they are monkeys. Yes, they sleep up in trees at night. So they choose combined trees, and this is where they sleep at night. But yeah, at the top of the tree. So we're checking around, hoping to find, you know, the leopard, these genets, which also they move around at night. They avoid each other though. So the genet would avoid the leopard because the leopard is still way too big. And that's always worked better that way. So nobody getting killed, because always the bigger one, always they're the strongest they can. And then if these, the small one always get close to the bigger one, always getting killed. So everybody, we're coming in the end of the evening show for today. It's been really privileged to have you all on board. And then we're all hoping to see you tomorrow morning again. And then we will be together and look around for beautiful animals. And until then, we'll see you tomorrow, 6:30 Central African Time. Goodbye.